Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all to the LearnX to unravel the depths of user experience and interaction design. Okay, so you have joined us for an immersive exploration into the dynamic realm of user experience and interaction design. So, if I asked why you attend LearnX, of course, we have global expertise, we have practical insights, and also we have networking opportunities. First, I would like to talk about the event highlights. So 21st November, we had our session 1 online, Building Depth and Breadth in the Craft of UX. It was a panel discussion with about 100 participants, and it was such a really interesting session. So today, we have the most important session of the LearnX, UX Research Workshop. So, here you are led by industry experts, and this session will equip you with the tools and methodologies essential for conducting effective UX research, and also delve into hands-on exercises and real-world case studies, and also empower you to make data-driven design studies. So, I would like to introduce speakers for today. First of all, Mr. Nalindya Bhruv, the Senior UX Architect of Dialog Axiata PLC. Then, Mr. Sasanka Ranatunga, UX Designer at Dialog Axiata PLC. And Mr. Sampath Vidushan, UX Designer at Dialog Axiata PLC. So, from here, I would like to hand over this session to Mr. Nalindya Bhruv. So, Mr. Nalin, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. A big welcome to all of you here for this session on UX research, and hope you'll be having a fascinating session today. So UX research is kind of like a detective searching for clues, but as a UX researcher, what we search for is user needs and pain points. And now UX research is a powerful tool and really valuable in the whole context of UX, but it doesn't get the attention that it should. But today, we'll be giving it some attention and for you all to hone the skills. So let's get started. Let's put our detective hats on and start immersing in the adventure of research. Okay, to start off, we'll be running a small quiz, not on UX research, just to get things rolling. Okay, so if you all can scan the QR and join in. Or you can go to menti.com and use the code 44032938. any of you need more time? Okay, we have 24 players. Anyone needs more time to join in? Shall we start? Anyone needs? 29 players. Everyone ready? I'll take that as a yes. So you can answer through your phone. Okay, so actually Everest is not the tallest mountain, it's at the highest height. But Mauna Kea is the mountain, tallest mountain, and you will know where this quiz is going. So leaderboard still not started. Let's move on to question number 2. Okay, we got one correct answer. So actually Denmark's Red Cataract is a waterfall, underwater waterfall, which is the largest. Let's move on. Let's see who has got it right. Okay, Zen is on the leaderboard. Let's move on. Arabian Nights, what is the nationality of Aladdin? So Aladdin is actually Chinese. Okay, so Lakshan is also on the board. So now you kind of got the idea? What is the largest desert in the world? Okay, 6 of you all got it right. So Antarctica is also considered as a desert and is the largest. Okay, we got 6 more people running. Who is the largest toy distributor in the world? It's McDonald's with their Happy Meal. Okay, Kavi is leading. Which month did the Soviet-Russian October Revolution take place? It actually happened in November. Okay, Melly is leading now. Which company produces the most tires in the world? So Lego is actually who creates most of the tires. Let's see who's. Okay, Melly is still leading and Desh is catching up. What is the largest living thing that ever lived in the world? Okay, so it's something called Pando, like a plantation area, which is the largest living thing. Two of you all got that. Question 9. What is the official language of United States of America? Oh, super. Most of you all got it correct. There is no official language. Oh, neck and neck, Kavi and Melly. Last question, anybody's game. closely related to a dinosaur. Yes, most of you got it correct. Chicken is called the modern dinosaur, and it's actually closely related. Okay, let's see who are winners. So yeah, let's give a big hand for Kavi. Who's Kavi? Raise your hand because you, Kavi is over there. And who is Melly? The first two people will be getting prizes. Melly is down here. Okay, hope you all enjoyed that quiz. Okay. So why do we need UX research? Otherwise we end products like this. How many of you all had problems with doors where you didn't know whether you need to pull or push? Solutions which are actually not usable. Things that work right the way you want it. And this is an example of, so this is the dashboard of a SUV, I think on Lincoln, that brand. So what they did was they had the sports mode very close to the engine start-stop. What do you think happened? So people on the highway, they want to go fast, they want to press the sports mode, but they end up switching off the engine. And they had to recall 15,000 of those SUVs back, but if they had checked it with users, researched this would not have been there. Also, there was this device called Juicero, where they send you packets where you put it into this device and then you get a juice. So two problems it had. One, the device itself didn't have any controls and you had to pair it with your phone to do anything. Second, most of all, you don't need this device to get the juice. Even if you do it from your hand from the packet, you get the juice. So this device also had to stop because it didn't give any value. Now we looked at what happens when we get things wrong, what happens when we get things right. The 300 million button, and it's $300 million. So you might think maybe it's a button of gold, but no. Earlier in Amazon when they started, they had to sign in to purchase. But then they introduced guest checkout, this continue button, so that people can purchase without creating an account. Just by doing that, they increased their annual revenue by $300 million, just by giving that user flow. Any of you all use Slack? So Slack is a corporate used to message within corporates on projects and collaboration within the members. So earlier their menus were really all over the place. They combined it into one clean navigation. And earlier they had a lot of user complaints, which all got reduced once they redesigned it. Another one, anyone knows what this is? Our mixer blender. So the mixer blender was there. Now Philips wanted to do a version for India. And in India, what they use it for is different. So in India, they grind different things, and you can't use the same model you use in Europe. So for that, what the Philips design team did was they spent weeks and weeks in Indian households, seeing how they use, what are the food they use. Then they went to the salespeople who sell them and asked what are their experience, what do customers ask, complain, and with all that, they created a specific mixer grinder model for India, which was one of their best-selling products. Okay, we are back. So now we are talking about UX, user experience. So UX is ultimately how UX is all about how the user feels. So we tell user so many things, but ultimately it comes to the fact that when someone is using your product, it's end of the day how you feel about it, how the user feels about it. It's like when you're getting your morning coffee, like just even before drinking it, just looking at it, feeling the aroma, that gives you so much energy. I know it could be coffee or tea, but whatever you drink. And then once you're drinking it, also you have a great experience, and soon after also it is you get the caffeine hit, and the user experience will last even longer. So we discussed several things on how to create a good UX products. So how do you come up with a good user experience? What is the secret ingredients or recipes or what needs to be done? Well, the secret or what you need to do to get a good user experience is to use the user experience process. I know there are many versions, but in simple, you need to discover, find out, then analyze what the findings you have. You need to design and validate. And the topic we are talking about today, UX research, is key part of discover and validation stages. It's part of the other stages as well, but main two components, it plays a real key part. So that's why I said in the beginning, UX research is something we really need to give a lot of attention. And if we are not doing it today, we have to start and keep building on it. Okay, so what is UX research? Anyone? Do we have a FM mic? Anyone? What is UX research?
Gathering information from the users who are
Okay.
actually using the product.
Gathering information from the users. I missed the last part.
Who are actually using the
Okay,
product.
gathering information from the users who are actually using the product. Great. So those who answer questions get goodies. So keep on answering questions. Anyone else? Okay. UX research is ultimately about finding insights to guide successful designs. Go ahead. Yeah.
UX research is about finding what the user needs. Like, it's not just for users who are already using it, like demographics and age, and it's not just people who, it's not bound to one region, and it goes across many platforms and disciplines.
Yeah, yeah. So key point, yeah, it doesn't have to also be people who use it, because there'll be potential people who you're targeting, and it's a real vast area. Lot of information, their demographics, their behaviors, their needs, all of that. So, like I said, UX research is finding insights to guide successful designs. So, it's about finding those insights, like you said. It could be their needs, pain points, how they go about their daily life, all that which will give you insight to make your design successful. So, one key thing, we have to gather the insights, then we have to use it to make our design better also. That's where it becomes useful. Otherwise, we'll just have a set of findings and insights. We need to utilize that to make our design better. So this is the normal thing which happens. We designers look at going at visual design. They might not look at UX research, which is more of a foundation. So it's a common pitfall. So before jumping into visual design, we need, or any sort of design, we need to make sure the UX research is done. Okay, UX research method. So what are the research methods you all know about? You can raise your hand. We have a couple of people with mics. Any research methods you all already know?
Design thinking?
Okay, design thinking. So design thinking is a way of solving complex problems. In it, yes, there is UX research. It's a different methodology, but yes, in design thinking within that, there is the exploration where you need to gather and find out more on what the problem is and get feedback from users on the problem, and also when you're converging on your solution also, you need feedback from your problems. Yes, so within that there is UX research. Anyone else on the methods?
Qualitative and quantitative.
Yeah, qualitative and quantitative are two category types of methods, but any specific methods we can use?
User interviews?
Yeah, user interviews. That's one of the main ones in UX research. To gather data at the initial stage and during many stages as well. Any others?
Software testing?
Software testing?
Software testing, yeah. Basically testing it with the users and getting their feedback, yes, is one as well. Okay, so if you take the methods, we have like a whole lot of methods. We have user interviews, field studies, concept testing, surveys, so many things. But we can't cover everything today. So we will be looking at user interviews, which is because that's one of like the key parts of UX research, one of the key methods. And usability testing, something you all can do. Like you say, once you have a software, you need to test it with the user to uncover what are the issues. Because your self-testing won't work. You need to test it with real users. And competitor analysis, this is a more of a discount method, but something you all can easily do. So that's why we are talking about that today. So for any product, you can easily do this with less resources and get a certain amount of insights. Okay, so at what stage do we do UX research in a product life cycle from start to end? At what stage do we do it?
I think it should be a continuous,
Yeah,
it's a continuous thing.
correct. So all stages. She said it's not, misconception is you need to do UX research at the beginning and then you're done. No, you have to do it at the start. You might have user interviews, competitor analysis, surveys, field studies. You might do card sorting, usability testing, and even at the end, usability testing, A/B testing, analytics. So we have to understand UX research you need throughout the design life cycle. So if you all have any question while I'm doing it, please raise your hands and you can ask as well. Okay, so we have a pop quiz for larger gift. If anyone can name 4 user research methods, can raise your hands. We discussed few. Okay, we have this lady here.
User interviews.
User interviews.
We can use our competitors for user analytics, and also A/B testing during the user research process, and also we can use usability testing.
Okay, okay. Round of applause. So she gave 4 user research methods and means specific prize. Okay, moving on. We had this come up, qualitative versus quantitative. What do you all know about that?
Qualitative is more to do with raw data, and quantitative is more to do with like numbers, and like basically qualitative would be opinions and statements.
Yeah,
so on.
so correct. Rather, not just actually raw data, but like you said, more on behavioral certain things, and quantitative is about numbers. There was another gent here also who wanted. Okay. Okay, so we'll watch a quick video on this because it's an important thing.
What is the difference between qualitative and
Oh, give me a second.
quantitative research is probably one of the most common questions I get when it comes to any kind of user research. Though a lot of things in research can be complex, the answer here really is not. Qualitative research answers why, while quantitative research answers how much and how many. So why versus how much and how many. Qualitative research helps us understand both attitudes and behaviors. Attitudes being people's thoughts and beliefs. This is usually gathered from user interviews, focus groups, and diary studies. Behaviors being observations about people's approaches to tasks, collected through ethnographic approaches like contextual inquiry and direct observation. Quantitative research, on the other hand, helps us put numbers and statistical significance behind our experiences. Insights in quantitative methods are typically derived from mathematical analysis, since the instrument of data collection captures such large amounts of data that are easily coded numerically. A few quantitative methods include web analytics, A/B testing, card sorting, tree testing, even eye tracking. Now, of these, the question is not which is better than the other, but rather when should I be using which? I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison to walk you through this, starting with the most basic, which is what we've already gone over. Qual answers why and how to fix something, where quant answers how much and how many. Now, when it comes to outcomes, in qual, findings are based on researchers' analysis, impressions, interpretations, even prior knowledge. In quant, findings are statistically meaningful results that are likely replicated in a different study. When it comes to participants, in qual, you only need a few, think a handful. In quant, you need many. And then when it comes to approaches, in qual, you'll be using kind of flexible approaches with a range of structured and unstructured methods. In quant, you'll have well-defined, strictly controlled study conditions. The question isn't which is better than the other, but really, when are you trying to do what? Are you trying to answer the whys and the whats, or are you trying to answer the how much and how many?
Okay, so like she said, qualitative gives the what and why. Even 5 to 10 participants is enough. And here a lot of people, you get questioned even in the industry, say we do it, and managers might question you, 5 to 10 participants, is it enough? Does it give statistical significance? But the things we find in qualitative is like, say, if something is broken, say in a road, there's a pothole, and when you go, you fall into it. Actually, 2-3 people going in it, then we can confirm that there is a pothole on the road. We don't need 50, 100 people. So like that, certain insights, 5 to 10 is more than enough. Nielsen Norman, according to their research, they said 80% of usability issues they can find through interviewing just 5 people. So methods, user interviews, field studies, usability testing. On the other side, quantitative, how many, how much. Numbers can vary, generally 50 plus participants. So you can have surveys, application analytics, A/B testing. And the question sometimes people ask which one, and it's depending on the situation, on everything. And best is when you use both of them together, complementing. I'll give an example. Say you're doing a finance app, fintech app, and you're user interviewing people, and you ask what are their pain points. So through the interviews you get, okay, when I have to transfer money to someone, it's difficult. I have to get their account number, bank, branch code, everything to send. Then some people say, I don't know where my salary went. Salary came, 2-3 days later, salary went, I don't know where my money went. And some people say, I have a bit of money, I don't know how to invest. So we have 3 pain points. So this is true qualitative. But then we need to see which one we are now going to create a feature. Which one should we work on first? So then using this insight from qualitative, we can do a quantitative survey. And from that, you can, get which one is the biggest pain point. This is just a hypothetical situation. But see, from here we know where people have spent their money is the biggest pain point. So if we use a feature to help that, you will get better results. So using both in combination. Another way is through application analytics, through quantitative research, we find out there's a 30% drop in a checkout page. Now, it will give, okay, this is pages where you're dropping, but we don't know why. Then you can do a usability test to uncover where the drop is. So again, using these together, complementing each other, also gives good output. Another categorization is behavioral versus opinion. So opinion is basically when you interview or anything, what people say. Reviews, user preference, attitudes and beliefs, but may not align with actual behavior. So user interviews, surveys, customer feedback. So the customer is saying that. But the thing is, as humans, sometimes what we say is not actually what we'll do. So for example, there was this survey, this company was selling Bluetooth speakers. They wanted to find which color resonated better. So they got a group of people, put the colors, red, blue, green, white, black, and asked them which one. So some people chose blue, a lot of red, like that. A lot of people chose different colors. So they ended the survey. And at the end of the survey, they told as a gift of, as for coming to this survey, we are going to give a gift. Which one do you want? And most of the time, they chose another color than what they said earlier. Most of them chose black rather than the colors they told they liked earlier. So again, what you say might not be actually what you do. So that's why sometimes you need behavioral research also, what people do. So it provides insight to actual behavior. May not capture the why behind the certain actions, but you can see what they are doing. So application analytics, A/B testing, eye tracking. Also in field studies also, you can go and observe people and you can write what they do. So again, so field studies is the best thing because it combines both of this. You go see what people are doing and then you ask them why you did that. So good to know these two and also see whether how you can get a combination of these. There are also this thing called secondary user research. So it's about finding which we already have. Sometimes our company might have done research earlier. Sometimes there must be published research by everywhere. You have the competitor details, like for competitor analysis. All that is existing data. So before, what they say is before going for new data, first check all the existing data and get updated. So sometimes we say no budgets, no resources to get new data, but maybe we haven't even gone through the secondary user research data because this is a time efficient and cost efficient way to get things started. Any questions up to now? So if I gave you a set of tools and asked you to pick one, or what's your favorite, or pick one, how would you go about it? You would be asking what needs to be done. If it's a normal concrete nail, you might have to, you need a hammer. If it's a screw nail, you need a screwdriver. So which method to use depends on the objective of what you want to get, stage of design, and available resources. So there's nothing as good or bad, it's what you choose. That's time depending on these. So select your tool wisely when doing UX research. Okay. Now we'll go to, we told we'll be discussing three main ones: user interviews, usability testing, and competitor analysis. So we'll start with competitor analysis just like appetizer before the main ones. And it's something anyone can easily do. And sometimes we miss doing. And before that, for any research method, so like a UX process, there is a research process. So for anything, any research you choose, any tool you choose, you need to define the objectives. What am I going to do out of this? Then you need to select your tool, the methods. It can be one, it can be many. Then conduct as per best practices. So for each of these, we'll go through some of them. And then you have findings. So there's a distinguished word. You get findings from your UX research. From that, you have to get insights. So very important, you get a lot of findings or user interviews, you get certain things from it, and through that you get an insight. You use that insight to steer your design in the correct way. And finally, you incorporate, like I said, if you don't incorporate it into the design, all that time here is wasted. So you have to get that insights and change the design for the better. Okay, like I said, now time to go to competitor analysis. Something we all can do. It's about finding the product competitor landscape. So it's about evaluation and comparison of similar products or services. So why do we do a competitor analysis? Any answers? If anyone wants, can raise their hand. Excuse me, we have this lady up here.
To get a better idea how your target audience or end audience act with the...
Can you repeat it again?
Okay, you can get a better idea to how your target audience or end audience act with the your current solution, like that. We can observe how we can improve our solution better than that.
Yeah, so you get more ideas how our target audience behaves with similar products. So that also goes to a law called Jacob's law. Your audience spends more time on other products than your products. So they are more used to patterns in the general apps. So knowing that also, if certain applications are doing it a certain way, a certain feature, you doing it that way and improving it would be better. So like I said, you gain insights to the existing products and services within your market segment. This is quite important. You recognize areas where competitors excel, where they are strong, and also where they fall short. So where they're strong, you have to be that strong or even better. And where they fall short, it's a great opportunity for you to take it and be better and create what you call a unique feature of your product. We call it USP, unique selling proposition. Like if there are products in the market, your product needs to be special to stand out. So what's going to be that specialty? So doing a competitor analysis can help you define what is going to be your unique specialty. So how do we do a competitor analysis? This is quite straightforward. You identify competitors, local, international, and it doesn't have to be the exact same thing. So for example, if it's like delivery, so you have maybe Uber Eats, PickMe, but even if you can say grocery ordering applications also, so they also deliver. So it just doesn't have to be the exact same thing, but similar things where you can get inspiration, insights is what is important. So you then collect the data, screens, videos, and guides. Sometimes there are screens, there are certain sites like Mobin where they have screens of international apps where you can quickly download. Then videos on YouTube, they have given like walkthroughs, demos of their products. You can look from that. And also there will be guides on their websites. So go through them, identify the strengths and weakness of the design, and represent them in a screen map or tabular format. So what I mean in screen map is, so for each one you can have the screens, and it's not much visible there, but there is this orange sticky note. So what's special or what doesn't work, you put against each screen. So then you have on your whiteboarding tool a set of screens, and where you can get inspiration and you know what are their strengths and weaknesses. The other way is you can have pros, cons in a tabular format, company name and opportunities. Again, I would recommend using a combination of both. Okay, any questions up to now? Because now we'll be going on to, like I said, the real, one of the very important methods of user research, user interviews. So to conduct that session, I would like to invite my colleague, Sasanka, who will take on from here.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, Nani. Okay. All right. So I think you guys learned a lot of things about user research, right? Yeah. Thank you. Right now, computer analysis. Now, as Naren said, is a good place to start, right? So, and you can. Without actually going to users, talking to users, you can do a computer analysis with the available information, right? But this is where the fun begins, right? So user interviews, right? So I want you guys to be engaged with me, because we'll be learning so much about user interviews now, right? So I think this is considered as the go-to research method from the us UX designers, right? So because this is very basic, simple, and very effective, right? So the whole point is understanding users. Why not talk to them, right? Okay. So and in terms of the categorization, right? You learned about behavior-based research, opinion-based research, and then you learn about qualitative and quantitative, right? So where does user interview falls under, right? So user interviews, we ask for the user's opinion, right? So it's fairly simple, right? So it's opinion-based research, right? So it's an opinion-based research, and the findings we get is qualitative, right? So it falls under qualitative research, right? So it's an opinion-based qualitative research, right? So then, okay. So yeah, what is a user interview? So I think this is fairly straightforward. The researcher asks questions that the interviewee being the user answers, right? So think about the job interviews that we know, right? But or maybe a television interview we know, right? So but think about this: the person who is asking the question is the researcher, and the person who is giving the answers is the user, right? So simple as that. And we have a saying, so like I said, talk to your user, right? So rather than being in your cubicle as a UX designer in your company, maybe thinking about users. That, okay, this is how would they interact. Okay, this is how would they like our interface, the app interface to be like, right? We always say talk to users, right? So you can understand them better, and then build a better solution, right? So understanding user, but so I want you to think beyond this, right? So not just talk to user, right? Listen to your user, right? So user interviews is about not just talking. So you can do a user interview, right? So you can be the one talking, do the talking, and asking a lot of questions that does But if you are not paying attention to your answers that your user is giving to you, right? Then no point of conducting user interview at all, right? So the goodness is when you are doing the listening, right? So listen to your users, right? All right. So then we look at why we do an user interview, right? So yes, obviously to understand the user, right? So to better understand user, right? So first thing is to understand user needs and pain points, right? What sort of user needs they have, right? So and then anything that bothers them, right? So it's so then we can look at ways to improve it, right? So this is one thing, and I think this is fairly straightforward for you as well. And this is the next thing: understanding the context of use. I think this term might be something similar to you. So raise your hand if you have heard of context of use. Anyone? I think no, right? So this is something important as well that we can understand by doing a user interview, right? So I'll explain the context of use, right? Think of it, right? Think of this scenario, right? You are trying to catch an Uber, right? I think most of you have done this, right? So catch an Uber, right? You go to your app and you want to go somewhere, right? Maybe to come to this event, right? So and you take your Uber app, right? And now you had maybe on the roadside, right? So you just got down from the bus and you are at the halt and you want the cab to come here, right? So now you are at a bus halt, right? So and the stuff is noisy, everyone is going here and there, and you're trying to find the location, and the sun is on the screen, right? So and a lot of the stuff are going on, right? So when you experience an application, maybe a product, anything, right? So it's not just you, right? It's not just the user, right? So it's everything around you, right? So that's what we mean by context of use, right? For example, right? So we have certain categorizations of how to look at the context of use. I will tell you some examples, right? So we look at not just the user, the goals they have, right? And also the task they do, right? So what sort of task? From the example itself, the goal is to get to here, right? And the task you do might be selecting the location, right? And maybe calling the driver, right? Because he's getting a bit late and you are in a hurry, right? So these are the tasks, right? And also, and then there may the physical environment that we talked about, the roadside and everything, and social environment, right? The resources and technology available. The phone you are using is also a factor, right? So you might be using an iPhone, maybe you are using a low-end device, maybe you are having Uber Lite, right? So because that's why they did Uber Lite, right? So then that's a kind of a good thing as well. So that's why understanding context of use is important, right? So then validating assumptions, right? So okay, now this is also really important, right? So this is something I think a pitfall of a lot of the products that we do is we build products based on our assumptions, right? So we think, okay, users will use this kind of feature, right? So they will like some kind of new feature like this, right? So then maybe they will like to order stuff online rather than going to the grocery shop, right? So, but we don't validate them, right? We think of these assumptions and start doing a wonderful design right? Very elegant UI, right? Then and you know, developers will be, you know, putting their effort to, you know, get them perfectly, you know, developed, and you know, the investors are putting so much money into them, and then the product just fails, right? So you know, it's very important to validate assumptions, and by doing a simple user interview, we can do that, right? So I'll then move on to next one is how to conduct a user interview, right? So it's all good up to here, right? So any question up to here, right? I think Nalin might have told you, if you ask questions, you get chocolates, maybe something else, right? So please do ask questions, right? I want you guys to ask questions, right? So you know, it's all good, well and good up to now, right? Now, actually, how do we conduct a user interview, right? So it's something, you know, when you think about it, it's all good, you know, in the paper, but you know, how to actually conduct them, right? So that's the key thing we want to learn today, right? So okay, so conducting user interviews isn't complicated. If you have, you know, thought about this is something like you know, complicated. Okay, we have to, you know, be skillful to talk to people, right? So you know, if what if we ask the wrong question, and you know, what if people don't answer at all, right? So these might be the questions that you have when you're conducting a user interview, you know, or at least you want to do one, right? So just follow these 5 simple steps that I'm going to tell you, and it will be smooth. So don't think about, you know, everything as a whole. Just take it step by step, right? So first step is set a goal, right? So everything like everything we do, we need to have a goal, right? So what are we trying to find, right? So maybe you have some assumptions, like I said, right? Or maybe you have some product that, you know, you did a feature, but it's failing, right? So okay, then so this setting a goal for the user interviews is the premise for the whole user interview, right? So it's going to be the the key focus, right? So one example is, I'm, you know, just putting some examples. Why 60% of your existing customer refuse to upgrade their plan to a paid version? I know people don't, you know, this is an obvious. This might look like obvious because we don't want to pay, right? So you know, that's why. So you can say that's the answer, right? So that's the answer we are going to get from conducting a user interview, right? But it's not going to, we never know, right? We have to conduct a user interview, and we can find out why, right? So then, okay, evaluate the user experience of a product in comparison to competition, right? So, you know, we can, you know, because, okay, so let's take the Uber Eats example. Sorry, no, Uber example, sorry. So who is the competitor? PickMe, right? So PickMe is competitor, right? So if we conduct a user interview about, you know, hailing taxis, you know, and then, you know, they might talk about the other apps they use, right? So then yeah, we can get an idea about how they perceive, these users perceive other competitor product, right? Yeah, so, and also improve organization. So this is some of the examples, right? So there are a lot more variations of, you know, goals, right? So it can be whatever the reason that you are trying to do the user interview, right? So improve the organization and structure of information of the website to enhance user navigation and understanding. I think a lot of the applications we have, websites we have, does have a lot of, you know, navigations, like categorizations. Maybe e-commerce websites are a lot of confusing categories, right? But you know, doing a simple user interviews, and you know, the terminology they use, right? So some applications use some, you know, kind of fancy words, but you know, people don't actually understand them, right? But you know, talking to people, we can understand, you know, we can, you know, understand, you know, their language, right? So then we can, you know, use words that, you know, closely, you know, resonate to them, right? So something like that. Okay. So first one is set a goal, right? Remember that. So we'll be asking question after this, right? So first one is setting a goal, right? That's out of the way. Now, what do we do? Find and recruit participants, right? So who to interview if there's no user, right? So we need users, right? How do we find and recruit participants, right? So this is how, right? So so we don't need to interview like hundreds of people, right? There's, you know, to figure out, so there's a saying in UX, you know, a rule of thumb, right? So if you talk to 5 people or if you test with five people, right, you get the, you cover 80% of the problems, right? You cover 80% of the problem. So that 20% of the problem, you might need to talk to extra people, but, you know, talking to at least 5 people will cover 80% of the problem, right? So that's a rule of thumb that we have. So, you know, 5 is enough, but most importantly, 1 is also enough, right? Than none, right? If you don't do any user interview, it's bad, right? If you are doing actually talk to 1 user, it's far more better than you doing nothing, right? Doing no user interviews, right? So remember that. So we recommend to do 5 to 10, right? So 5 is, I think, the rule, the thumb rule, right? But keep in mind, if you do at least 1 user test, it will be much better than doing no user interviews, right? So yeah. Okay, so then these users should be from your actual target audience, right? So you can't just, you know, talk to your colleague, you know, pretending, okay, you talk to your colleague and say, okay, pretend you are the user, and I'll ask questions and you answer me questions, right? So that will be simple, right? So then you guys will be both look like fools and all that. So that, but, you know, users need to be, you know, target audience, and a good example for this is, you know, sometimes when you want to try develop something or develop a product that, you know, a foreign people might use, but you are you know, interviewing people here, like in Sri Lanka, right? So that the context of use and the people, you know, think whether they think it's different, right? So the actual target audience, we need to make sure that these 5 users or the 1 user or the whatever the user count of number of users that you have to interview should be from the target audience, right? Okay, so then while that is the case, you also need to try to cover the widest possible range of users. This is also important, right? So why this is important? If you all 5 of you, so let's say you you know, get 5 users, all of your 5 users are in the same age, and all are female, right? All are educated, all are good tech savvy, right? So, and you are interviewing like basically the same person, right? So, you know, you won't get much different opinions unless you and you will be, you know, doing a good job with the interview, and you won't find some insights, you know, that covers the whole audience, right? So you need to cover while you are getting people from your target audience, you need to cover widest possible range, like users with different physical, cognitive, personality characteristics. For example, different age groups, right? Male, female, maybe educated, you know, highly, you know, maybe you know, school students, maybe graduates, maybe, you know, C-level, C-suite level, you know, senior executive level, maybe, you know, director level people, maybe someone from government, someone from government sector, someone from private sector. Based on your requirement, you need to, you know, diversify your the users, right? So that's a key thing to remember. So if you cover at least these, there are a lot more stuff, you know, to, you know, think about when finding recruit participants. But we are talking about most important stuff here, right? So these 3 is actually enough to move with the recruitment, right? So yeah. So to recruit participant, I think you can, you know, go talk to people, you know, ideally, you know, let's say you are trying to build a, you know, do any product related to, you know, or, you know, supermarkets, right? So then your audience will be people who are buying at your supermarkets, right? So then you can, you know, go to a supermarket and find some users that actually, you know, shop there, right? So then that like that. So you have to be you know, creative about, you know, finding users. There are certain ways to recruit participants. You know, there are agencies that, you know, do that for you, right? So that is also there if you need, right? So I think yeah, if you are trying to do it in a larger scale, that is how it's happened, right? Okay, so then the third case, okay, first one, remember, I'm just reminding, first one is setting the goal, second one is recruiting participants, and now we are in the third step is preparing interview questions. This is one of the most important, and this will decide the success of your user interview. So yeah, carefully curating the questions, right? Okay, so how to do this, right? So then how do we get the perfect question, right? There's no such there's no easy way to do that, right? So first you have to brainstorm interview questions aligning to your research goal, right? So you can talk to your team. So this is you can do with your whole team, right? So let's say you have a project team, right? So so more brains we have, that's why we call it brainstorm, right? More brains we have, the bigger the storm, right? So yeah, so lot of questions, right? So come up with lot of questions that think about which questions that actually give you answers about the problem that you're trying to figure out, right? So talk to your then when you have good set of questions, then you can make sure these questions are broader and make them more open-ended. Sometimes you come up with questions that are leading, right? So I'll explain you a leading question, right? So okay, so we need to so ugly example for a leading question, right? Do you think this online shopping is convenient for you? Do you think online shopping is convenient to you? And so if we ask that question from a person, what would be the answer? Raise of your hand if they would say yes. Most people would. Guys, please. How many people think they will say yes? Yeah. If we ask, how many people will say no? Right? I think people who say yeah. So you get the idea, right? If we ask them, which is it convenient to you? Yeah, they will say yes. Yeah. So it's an open-ended question. Sorry, it's a leading question, right? So then we should avoid that kind of question unless we want to get the answer that we want, right? So the user interview is about finding the unknown, right? So that's the whole idea. So making them broader, making them open-ended, encourage the user to give answer descriptively, and they have the liberty to go about the answer, right? So they have more room to provide you the perspective they have about the problem or the product, whatever the thing that you're asking, right? So this is very important, right? So make sure they are broad and open-ended, right? So we want them, we want the interview, the person, the user, to give us the insights, right? So they need to, okay, we don't ask yes or no questions, right? We don't need yes or no questions, right? We need more elaborative, right? So they will say, okay, I had this experience, I did online shopping once, and I had this problem. Then I ended up not doing it at all, and I went through this, and then the payment was hard. The card did not card got declined, something like that. They will explain, right? So and then listening to this, right? The most important thing is listening to this. We can get so much insights, right? So rather than getting a yes or no, right? All right. Okay, so these are some of the example. Do you work in an office? They will say yes, right? So is the work mostly desk-based? They will say one of these things, right? So these are some of the leading questions, right? So then so narrow questions. Then these are don't you sometimes, would you say that these are, when we start with these words, we're suggesting some answer, right? So these are leading questions, right? So avoid these ones as well. Okay. Okay. So in case if you get this, get this slide set, or even if you don't get it, so for to prepare, there are so many good guides to create example interviews. So this is, I think, one of the most famous one, and then we also consider in the industry NNG research group, right? So they have this example interview. I'm not going to show it, but it gives an example of a good interview set of questions, right? Okay. Then we come to actually the conducting part of the interview, right? So this is where the action happens, right? Now you did the preparation, right? You set the goal, right? What did you do next? You figure out some participants, right? Then you form really good questions, right? Now we are confident. Okay, these questions will give me a lot of insights about the project or the product I'm trying to do, right? So the problem I'm trying to solve, right? So then, yeah, you're excited, you're energized, and you're excited to figure, the possibilities of, user interview, right? So, all right. So then, but when we conduct the interview, right? So the key part, the first thing we need to do is we need to inform the user, right? So we don't just go and randomly ask people questions. Like they will, what a weirdo, right? So then, so we need to inform them, right? So this is our objective. That's why we are asking these questions, and also, make sure they understand how these collected data or the information is used, right? So they need to, we need to make sure that they understand that this is strictly for research purpose. They will be not published anywhere, these personal information, and these are not attributed with a personal detail, right? So these information we collect is anonymous, right? So we don't need the name of the person. We just have to have the age and everything, right? So our user is John Doe, maybe, right? So maybe John Smith, something like that. And then we did find, maybe user number 1, right? Have these kind of answers, right? So like that. So we need to make sure that user actually understands that, right? So we are not personally attributing this information, right? So then only they will be opening up to you, right? Now, unless they will be, sometimes might be, reluctant to say some certain things because they might feel like, this information will be used against them, right? And will publish and be ashamed of something happened to them, right? Okay. And also this is also most important. Make sure they are comfortable, right? So if they're comfortable only, they will naturally talk to you, right? So we need to make sure that they are comfortable, right? So it's ideal to conduct these interviews in a location that they are familiar with, right? For example, if you are trying to conduct a user interview for a project that we are doing for some company, right? So that then we should visit that company and arrange one of their rooms as the place to use for the user interviews, right? So then they are comfortable, right? So they are their own workplace, right? If in a comparison to if they ask us, they to come there, it will be they will have to do certain arrangements to come there, and from there onward they will have certain ideas, perspectives about what is this? I have so much work, right? So much, something like so. We need to make sure user is comfortable, right? So we need to make sure we can do everything to make sure that user is comfortable during the interview, and also getting them to the interview, right? Okay, so then now that you have the questions, right? So you stick to the script, right? So you have the questions, right? You ask these questions from the user, right? And then you let them speak to you, and they let them answer to you, right? very descriptively. You will be carefully listening to them, right? And then if you find something interesting about the answer, and you want to follow up, learn more about something but okay, that user was going to say something, but he stopped, right? But then you can ask a follow-up question. Go out from the, but be careful here. You need to make sure that these questions are also broad-ended and open-ended, not leading, right? So then but you can ask on the go follow-up questions, right? To make sure that you you get the whole answer out, right? So from the user. So it's a skill actually, right? So there's no person perfect conducting a user interview, but you are always, when you're conducting interviews more and more, you learn, right? So that's how you become an expert, right? So it's even I'm learning, right, to conduct an interview, right? So that's how it is, right? So these follow-up questions are really powerful. Sometimes people are stopping, not revealing certain information, but if you carefully, if you correctly follow up, you can get those information out as well, right? Okay, so then taking notes, right? So this is the most, unless if you are good at remembering the whole maybe half an hour interview, you should take notes, right? So you should take notes. So here's the thing. So I think a lot of the best practice for conducting interview is there's an interviewer, right? And there's a person to take notes, right? And this and not more than that, right? So I think having two people also might make the user uncomfortable, but we have to have at least two people, because we can't ask questions and take notes at the same time while focusing to the answer that the user gives, right? So try to arrange something to work around that, but taking notes is very important. You could record them, their answers, but you have to inform and get their consent, right? So that is also an important thing if you are recording, and even to take notes, right, you have to get the consent, right? So yeah. Okay, so next, okay, then there's an example consent form for taking notes and making records as well, right, from NNG if you have to do that, right? So that is also I'm attaching here, right? So taking notes is very important, right? So make sure you take notes as the user gives you the answer, right, as it is, right? So when some people do a mistake, right? So when you are starting out, right, you might tend to listen to the answers, right? And then you try to think of, okay, try to relate it to your problem that you have, or maybe assumption that you have, and you bias that answer, right? So forget about your opinions, forget about what you get, the ideas that you get on the go, because when the user answer your question, you might get certain ideas, right? Okay, he said something like that, and then okay, we could do in our solution something like this, right? So then you get carried away, right? And then when you're writing notes, you're not actually writing the answer that user gives, you are writing your own something, right? So you should make sure that take the exact note that as exactly that user provides you, right? So the answer that exactly provides you. You might not be able to write everything as a whole, but the important points, right? But make sure that you don't involve interpret, right, your own ideas into it. Take it as it is, right? So yeah. Okay. Now fifth part is analyze findings, right? So now we did what? Okay, so first we did set a goal. Then second we did we find out some participant. Then we wrote a good set of user interview questions. Then we conduct a fabulous user interviews, and we have so much insights we have, and we now need to analyze them. Okay, this is considered as one of the boring stuff, but this is where everything falls into place, right? So organizing findings, right? So because this is qualitative, right? So we can't put it into a bar chart or graph or something like that, right? But a lot of the time what we do is affinity diagram. Why we try to categorize the research findings, to related, topics. Okay, concerns. Maybe let's say we have so much people talking, have a concern about checkout, right? So we categorize all the interview answers related to checkout under checkout, right? Then we have that organized. We rather than having everything checkout related to everything everywhere, we get them to one place, right? So that's what basically affinity diagram is. So we will be doing an activity for this one, and we'll be learning more about affinity diagram and how to do it, right? And so that's one way to. So that's the main way to organize these findings, because these are qualitative, right? And then once we did organize all the findings, then we can come up with problem statements, user stories, right? That gives us a statement, right? A statement about the problem, right? So then we can refer to that when we are actually building the solution or try to come up with the design, right? Okay, and this is also important. Sometimes, when you analyze your findings, you might find some gray areas, right? Some places where there's a kind of pattern, but it's not enough to figure out something, right? So then you may need to, based on that, so like, yes, you did this user interview, based on the goal, right? Now you in the analyzing finding stage, and you find certain mismatches, right? So certain vague areas of your findings, and then you can set this as the next goal for the next user interview, right? So we need to find this now, right? So we found out good stuff now, but we have some other things we need to find. Okay, let's do another round of user interviews using these as the goal, right? So you can do that, and you can continue to do this, right, until you get, and you can still get these findings to work, and in meantime you can start a new user interview, and find more, right? Okay, and yeah, most importantly, don't just do the research and do your own thing. Do your design solution based on these findings, right? So this is where it's going to make the difference, right? Make the impact, right? So the design is the thing that is going to solve these problems, like the findings that you have. Okay. All right. Any questions? Okay. So the pop quiz now we have. Okay. So the question, I'll reveal the question, right? If you know the answer, raise your hand. I'll point out to person, and you can give the answer. I think do we have a mic ready? Yeah. Okay. The quiz is name 4 steps in. I think 5 steps. We have 5 steps, but we have to name 4 steps in conducting user interviews. Who can name 4? Ayo, I did bad job. Did I do a bad job? You don't even remember the steps? Can someone brave enough to win? Oh yeah, here.
First one is set a goal.
Yeah.
And recruiting participants.
The second one, yeah.
Then conduct the interviews.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Creating questions.
Creating questions, yes.
Then conduct interviews.
Yeah.
Then last one is analyze.
Analyze finding, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, all 5. Good job. Yeah. All right. So I think Yeah, now we are going to for the activity, but I need to make sure whether you have a break before that, or can someone confirm me? Are we having the break? Activity, yeah, we are having the activity. Okay, so guys, now actually we are trying to, this activity is about actually conducting a user interview, right? Now this is all fresh in your mind. Now we are going to do this, put this into practice, right? Okay. Okay. Now so for the first step, some problem with the, yeah. Okay, for the activity we need to make groups, right? So we need to make 6 groups. That's what I got. Okay, 6 groups. How many participants for each group? 8. Okay, 8 participants for each group. Can you group up, 8 people, right? I think it should come to 6 groups quickly. Okay. Meantime I'll explain the scenario will be considered as the goal, right? So the first step is the goal. So we have a problem statement and some context of this problem statement, and this will be our goal for the research, right? The user interview, right? Right. Go through this and also meantime form groups. Yeah. Okay, when you are making groups, try to mix up with other people. I think these events are about networking, right? So get to know other people. Like already your other best friend, right? So try to go around the place and figure out different groups, right? Mix up and know each other, right? So get to know new people. Now it's 10 people. Yeah, okay. Now it's 10 people. Okay, if you have a group, come up with a crazy name, right? Come up with a fun, crazy, fancy name for your group. And be seated together, right? Be seated together so you can do the activity. Maybe turn your chairs around, that's okay. good with the groups? Uh, All right, so okay, now we have the scenario, right? Go through the scenario. I'll give 2 minutes to go through the scenario, so I'll explain you. So improve the user experience. The problem statement is improve the user experience of a local grocery delivery app for senior citizens. Madidano? Don't hear me? Maybe now? Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so a local grocery delivery app offers a convenient way for user to order groceries online, but there's a feedback from senior citizens indicating that they find the app challenging to use, right? So yeah, so the goal is to identify specific usability issues and propose improvements to make the app more accessible and user-friendly for seniors, right? So you will conduct a user interview with senior citizens and understand their experience and gather insights on how to enhance the app usability for this demographic, right? So this user audience. All right, so here's how it goes, right? So then, so the first one is, this is for the goal, right? So this is the goal for the user research, and right, then the next step is what? Selecting the users, right? Selecting the participants, right? So I think for the activities purpose, we will be giving one of our moderators as your user, right? They will be, your senior citizens, right? I think they are, right? so at least they will pretend to be senior citizens, right? And they will be your users, right? So you have to interview them, right? So yeah, you will be interviewing them, right? Yeah. That would do, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So then the third step, right? So the third step is forming questions. That will be where you are starting, right? So based on the I'll go to the go back. Yeah. So keep this in mind, and come up with questions, right? Come up with certain. So first you need to brainstorm interview questions with you all. Come up with a lot of questions, and then make sure their questions are broad and open-minded, like I said, right? All these things, right? So you will be given 10 minutes to come up with questions, right? So this is your interview questions, right? So the first activity is to create a set of questions, right? Maybe at least come up with good 20 questions, right? Right? Okay. You can start now. If you want to take a picture of this, take a picture. I'm going to change it back to. If you want the scenario, I'll be changing back to scenario as well. So I'll quickly move to the scenario. take this as well as I think take a picture of this as well. I think the key here is everyone to participate, right? Everyone to participate, everyone needs to contribute, right? Come up with questions, collaborate, right? So yeah. Okay, if I think some of you have concern about whether do you get a persona about this whole person, right? The whole senior citizen, right? So it's not the case, right? So think about this as a starting research goal, right? And then because you don't get a persona because we are already pre-selected the senior citizen and how they are going to the person is already selected, right? So there's no need of persona, right? It's good if you have the one who raised that concern. It's good to have personas if you are targeting different audiences. Then you need to make sure you are recruiting these people from these personas, right? So yeah. Also, even if there's no persona at all, right? So a user interview will be a good place to start, right? So you think okay, these are good different kind of various people that from the target audience. Then you can interview them, and then based on the people you interview, you can create personas, right? So yeah. If you have personas, you can select the audience like that, and also select your audience, and then based on the interview you can come up with the persona as well.
Also guys, make sure you write down all the questions that you are going to ask, right? You have given a paper, so write down all the questions that you are going to ask the person that you are in front of you, right? So also when you guys ask questions, so they will answer differently from each other. So make sure that you will explore their answers, dive deep down into their answers, and look, find what else they are hiding. Okay, so just think of the user as a real all person. All right. Think this is all, and they have problems. This particular scenario, and you're gonna know those issues that they're facing, and every single problem or scenario their ideas on your paper. We'll need that later.
when you brainstorming questions, come up with as much as possible, right? So then don't keep limits, collaborate with everyone, and come up with lots of answers, sorry, questions, and then you can select what are the good ones, right? And adjust and come up with good 10 to 20 questions, right? Okay, teams, we'll try to finish up forming questions around 11:30, right? So yeah, you have 6 more minutes. You have 3 more minutes. Try to finalize the questions. 3 more minutes. think the time is up. Who needs more time? Yeah, okay, 2 more minutes. Okay, we are going step by step. You get time for interview and analyze the findings, everything, right? So yeah, so this 10 minutes is for the, I think we have gone more than 15 minutes, I think. Yeah, for the forming questions. When you're finalizing the questions, think about the questions that from your questions, the brainstorm questions. Think about the questions that actually reveal these challenges, right? Right. So, and also which questions are the broadest, right? And also open-ended, right? If you have a good question but it's not so open-ended, you can convert them to sound open. Make it open-ended, right? So yeah. If your question is too narrow, then form it differently to make it broader. I think we should have a good set of questions, right? Shall we move on to the the interview itself? Yeah, good? Okay. All right, here how it's going to happen, right? So you will be given a record sheet, right? Anyone sorry, I think, do you need any time? Any more time? Any team? Yeah, 1 minute? Yeah, okay, 1 minute. YouTube. All right. Okay, I forgot to ask the names of the teams, the crazy names. No names now? Come up with a name quick, please. Unless I won't be able to. Who has a name? Ready? Yeah, what's the name? No? Okay, let's move to the next one, right? So I think, no? Taking too much time to, yeah? I'll give you 2 minutes now. Okay, 3 minutes, okay. All right. Okay, moving on to the next part of the activity, right? So what you now have to do is the conducting the interview, right? So now you have good set of questions, I hope. Yeah, yeah, confident about it. Yeah, okay. So now when you're conducting the interview, you will have to record them, right? So can everyone pay attention, please? Please. Okay. Okay. So when you're recording, right? So try to designate 3 people to ask questions, right? So maybe you have 10 questions, right? So maybe first 3 questions ask one person, and next 3 questions ask another person, like that. Have a designated person to people to ask questions, right? And then have designated people to take notes, right? So then maybe another 3 of you taking notes, right? So any of you do a follow-up question that is out of the script. Listen to me carefully. Any of you do any out of the script follow-up question, someone else should write them down as well, right? Right. So we need to see all the questions you ask, right? The scripted ones and also the follow-up ones, right? And also all the recorded answers from the user, right? Okay, that's the idea, right? Okay, so now we are moving to the conducting user interview. So so you will be getting a user, right? So a senior citizens from our team, right? So Shihan will be our 75-year-old something. Yeah, okay, you get the point, right? So right. Okay. All right. Now, when you start the interview, right? Listen to me. Now, when you start the interview, you should do a proper formal, brief, right? Sort of a brief to for your user to let them know, okay, why we are doing this research, right? And also how this information you collected are being used, right? So and also try to set up, don't all be there around the user, right? Be only the person who is interviewing and the note taker should be with the user, right? And also if there's the person who is taking follow-up question notes, taking down the follow-up questions also can be there, right? So then have a setup like that. Think about here, have a setup like that. You can be creative with it, right? And okay, yeah. So yeah. Shall we start, right? Okay. And for this also, yeah. So you can interview this person to about 10 to 15 minutes, right? Right? Okay. You can move around if you are disturbing other people, right? You can set up a place your own place to do the user interview. If you want to do the user interview here, you can do that, something like that, right? Yeah. Do the preparation. I'll give you 2 minutes for the preparations, right? Right? Set up the environment, right? Make the user comfortable, right? And then move on to the user interview, right? So the user itself will be assessing you, right? So user is our people, so they will assessing you how good you are asking questions and all that, right? So yeah, and how good you are following up with them, right? So try to imagine as this is the real thing, right? Okay, start. I think our senior citizens are now tired, and they are tired of giving answers, right? So I think, shall we conclude the interviews now? Huh? Yeah. Okay, guys, take 2 minutes to wrap up, right? So yeah, conclude. Yeah, done. Yeah, 2 minutes. Take 2 more minutes to wrap up. All right, time is up. Right, okay, so we are moving on to the next part of the activity. Is now we need to organize our findings, right? So, yeah, now we are good with, I think hopefully you got good answers, right? I think our senior citizens were helpful, right? Yeah, so, okay, next up, what we are doing is, now look at all the answers you got, right? Look at all the answers you got, and put them into sticky notes, right? As summarized inside, right? So don't from into the essence of it, right? So the findings as an essence, right? Put them down on sticky notes, right? So you found this. For example, let's say I'm not going to talk about this scenario. Let's imagine another scenario, right? If you are trying to do you found something like, okay, difficult to navigate, right? Something like that. So if the user said something like, "Mata meka hoyaganna ba," I couldn't find this, right? So you should put it on the sticky note as difficult to navigate, something like that, right? So then you can be to a certain level specific, but yeah, so be have separate sticky notes for all the findings you have, right? Go nuts with the sticky notes. Don't worry about this. I think plenty of sticky notes are there, right? Yeah. right, summarize this, all the insights to sticky notes. Right, so what we are going to do is these sticky notes we will try to arrange in an affinity diagram. So this white paper board, yeah, white paper board is our place to do the affinity diagram, right? So yeah, we are going to stick all the sticky notes, all of your findings from each of the group, and try to do an affinity diagram. Right? Yeah, take 5 minutes to. Okay, I'll explain again, right? So now you have answers for each of your questions and follow-up questions, right? So, from these answers, extract insights that you think that is important, right? And then put them into a sticky note. Not the whole answer, the insights that you gain, right? So the issues you identified, maybe pain points, maybe areas to improve, right? And put them into sticky notes, right? Be careful when you are taking them to sticky notes that you don't lose the actual answer, right? So the insight from the answer, right? So you need to keep that the gold dust of the answer to the sticky note. Get that the very essence of the answer, the big insight. Five minutes, guys. This is, I think we'll keep it to strictly 5 minutes. I think you will be getting some refreshment as well on the go. Right? Yeah, enjoy that as well. if you are still confused, I have put some sample sticky notes here. This is how it should look like. I think now all of you are properly freshened up, right? Refreshed, right? Are ready to do the affinity diagram, yeah? So sticky notes are ready now? More time? Anyone? All right, then in 2 minutes we will be starting the diagram, affinity diagram. And so for this one, so I think everyone can't participate for the do the activity, but everyone can observe, right? So I think two from each group, come actively participate for the diagram activity, and others can stand around and watch, right? Maybe three from the group we can do as well. Then three people from the group with the sticky notes, come forward. Come to the our paper whiteboard. All right, so let's start the affinity diagram. Let's get going. So with the sticky notes, two people from each group come to the our whiteboard, and then everyone else also gather around here, right, and observe the activity. So here, what's going to happen is we will be putting up all the sticky notes on the whiteboard, right? And then we'll try to look for insights that are related to each other, right? And also try to categorize them, based on some kind of a common topic, right? So yeah. So first don't think about anything. Just paste everything you have anywhere on the whiteboard. Paste. So then later on we'll try to categorize and do the activity. So I think everyone else also should come and see what's happening. No, don't think of groups. Just paste Findings, all the sticky note findings. Findings only, no questions. So stay back the two people who going to participate on the activity. Guys, come, all should be here. Everyone should come here now. Unless we can't see what's happening on the. Is that all the insights we have? Sticky notes are not so sticky there. So all the teams are done now. Anyone else need more time? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I think Divishan's team is also. What we are doing here is what we are trying to do is first get all the insights on the board. Doesn't matter where it belongs, just get all the insights onto the board, right? So then we'll do the activity to create the affinity diagram later. So I need all the insights now. All right, I think all the findings are now ready. So everyone, please come down. Please, I think if you are done with the refreshment, I think please come down and observe the activity. And then two people from each group should be here to do the activity. And others will be observing.
Hello. Hit it ground. So can everyone come down for a bit? Everyone, come here. And we also need the two group members. Hey guys, come down. You have space right here. Guys, can we hurry up? Okay, so everyone is here. So we need the original two group members that we asked earlier. Group, okay, members are there. All again? You too, right? From your group? Who were the two group members? Ah, yeah, come here. Yeah, come. You guys also come. Who's, yeah, go. And from your group, who was it? You two, right? Yeah, let's go. So basically what we are going to do now is, so we have analyzed findings. So basically we have some insights about the user, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to group them according to the similarity, right? So you guys can suggest anything, so you guys can come forward and read the answers and the insight that you guys have found, and you guys can sort them into any number of groups that you think is correct, right? So go. So let's see. We කතා බලමු ගිහින් මොනවද තියෙන්නේ කියලා කියවලා. So you guys can give suggestions, right? If something doesn't make sense, if there should be more groups, you can suggest. Come forward maybe a little bit. පේනවද උතට? නෑනේ. එච්චර හොඳ නෑනේ eyesight එක නේ. ළඟට. Okay. So how many groups should we have? Give suggestions. ඉස්සරහට ගිහින් කියලා බලන්න. මොනවද තියෙන්නේ කියලා. ඕනේ කෙනෙක්ට තව කෙනෙක්ගේ group එක තියෙන ඒවා අයින් කරලා තව තැනකට දාන්න පුළුවන් ආ. rules නැහැ groups කීයක් තියෙන්න ඕනද කියන එක. Create as much as you want. So are we done, guys? We have 2 more minutes. How many groups do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, eh? 7 groups, right? 1 down there, 8. Okay. Okay, cool. So we are done, right? Okay. So can everyone gather around for a second? Okay. So how many groups do we have? 1, 2. So this is one whole group, right? Right here? Okay. And there is another group, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it? Oh, 8. 8, right? Okay. So we need explanation. So why did you group these accordingly? Anyone? Ape group representatives la. Explain one. Explain the first one to everybody to see.
Hey guys. I'll start with this. Basically what we've done is anything related to navigation, any issues relating to the navigating the app,
Okay.
we've grouped it as one group. And we've decided to list it all down in this section.
Okay. So navigation as in.
So
Can
for
you just
example,
elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. So for example, some comments we got was like maybe like the button sizes were too small,
Okay.
or because they couldn't navigate because of that.
Right.
And then they prefer to have like filters and things like that as
Okay.
functionalities, and then yeah, some things like that basically,
Okay.
just to ease up the navigation.
These are the
Yeah,
navigation,
yeah.
right? Throughout. Okay. Go ahead. Next group. Explain this one.
Yeah, so those are basically the difficulties that they face when they're using the app.
Okay.
So some of them are like physical disabilities related to their, diseases that they have.
Okay.
So we found out that some of them have arthritis, diabetes, and eyesight problems.
Right.
So all those issues are listed there.
This is down here. Okay. Would you like to explain one? Maybe this one? Oh, this one?
Okay, so this isn't really a group.
Okay.
This would be most of, so these are preferences.
Right.
So there's, for example, there's like language preferences.
Okay.
Then there's like preferences like that, like other more features like they would like to see real world photos rather than graphics or illustrations.
Okay.
And then some of them wanted to find their preferred brands easily. So we listed the preferences, any sort of preferences that they indicated clearly over here.
Okay. Cool. Who else? Explain this one to us. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead. Anything you want?
So here is the way that they would like to get our support from. How they would like to get our support, and mostly they like usually in an app they have FAQs. So our user said that the FAQs did not help him much, and since he's old and have hard time reading, he would like to use he preferred a voice assistant, and mostly he would like to have a agent to talk to, someone like a personal touch basically. So that's the findings over here.
Okay. Can you guys explain one? Maybe this one also.
I think this is related to system issues.
Okay.
And this is regarding what kind of products they usually order, whether it's organic or inorganic products, and any other issues that are not related to these are categorized here.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So we have. So can you explain this one to us? Sorry? Okay. Cool. Did we miss anything? No, right? So this is payment options, right? So the ways they want to pay on the solution. Okay, cool. So right now we have issues regarding or insights regarding navigation, then demographics and their abilities to use the application and their personal preferences. What else? And we have challenges, and we have also payment options, right? Right here? Yeah, those are payment options, right? Can you write down that as well? So what was the last one? Supporting. Okay. Okay, cool. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 groups and few miscellaneous stickers as well. So anyone has any suggestions on this affinity mapping? Anything that we can do to improve it? Do you guys see a particular group that needs to be improved? Anyone? No? Yeah, go ahead.
That's it. I guess for challenges, we can be like a bit more specific instead of making it a bit broader.
Yeah.
So for example, you have visionary issues, hearing problems, and then those are things we can group down and break down further, I would say. Yeah.
So we can like further categorize them into like particular groups that we can address easily, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Like when we call challenges, it can be a broader set of challenges that we need to face. Maybe from the user's perspective, maybe from the integration perspective, maybe from some different kinds, like social issue or maybe something like legal issue, something like that. So when we do affinity mapping, we try to be specific around a particular group when we are sorting them out, and we try to categorize rather than most on stuff like broader keywords like system. So we try to go down into detail. So like, let's say it's more of an accessibility issue, okay? It's more of a language barrier or a demographic barrier, right? Maybe it's a usability issue. So like we try to narrow down, so like payment option is a good one. So maybe let's say right now we are familiar with ton of payment options as young people, but when we go down 2 or 3 generations, they might not be familiar with all the modern payment options that are available to us, right? So they might prefer to have a cash on delivery option, right? So that might be more favorable to them. So those are a very narrowed down specific particular group of problems or insights rather than having a thing called challenges, right? So what we need to do next is we need to write down the problem statements for these specific challenges, right? So we need to, right now we are trying to find a solution how we are going to implement that. So before that we need to write down a particular problem statement that we need to answer. So these are very fragmented and very short, so there might be very similar insights and answers, and there might be few insights that differ from one another from a little bit maybe. So we need to collect them, combine them, and write down a very high level problem statement for every single group. There might be few problem statements for a particular group, there might be one, right? Can anyone go through one of the groups and maybe list down a problem statement? Yeah, you don't need to write down, you just, yeah, take your time.
So I will go with one example, right? We have right here. So you guys have categorized this as preferences, right? So what I can see is there are few comments on the language preferences, right? So some people preferred English and some people preferred Sinhala. There might be a person who prefer Tamil, or maybe this is a multi-ethnicity country, so there might be people who prefer Chinese or any other language. So language preference. So we can segregate that from preferences and bring that down to localization, basically. So what that means is people prefer to use a particular application or a solution on their native language, right? So if I'm speaking Sinhala, I would like the application that I use to be in Sinhala, right? So that would be a localization preferences where users feel most comfortable using the application on their native language, right? So that is a particular insight that we can take from a user interview, right? So what we can do is we can write a problem statement saying users feel uncomfortable when they use application which is not in their native language. So we need to develop this particular product in their native language, right? So that is one example of writing a problem statement for a particular insight that you guys take from a user interview, right? So can someone else list down one, go here, read something? Yeah.
For support, maybe like we can state that users tend not to like relate much with frequently asked questions.
Yeah.
Rather than like they prefer to ask their questions by themselves, like more customized questions.
Yeah, maybe interact with another human being and get solutions to their problems, right?
Yeah.
Rather than going through
Relying
a particular
on
form or a web page. Yeah, yeah, that's a good one. So anyone else? Just list down one. There are no right or wrong answers. Actually, everything is right. Go ahead.
Regarding payment options,
Sorry?
Regarding payment options,
Okay.
we can analyze whether users like to do payments via cards,
Okay.
or do they like to go old school and do cash on delivery, because they have trust issues regarding the system and such. So we can analyze.
Okay, so how would you rephrase that in a problem statement? So like if you were to write a problem statement for that particular issue?
To analyze.
Just give me a sentence. Just try to form one.
Okay. To analyze the preference method for payment from in between online and old school traditional methods.
Traditional methods. So, or we can say it like this. So some of the users lack the technical literacy and the technical knowledge to utilize a modern payment options, right?
Yeah.
We can say it like that, right? So the solution would be to introduce traditional payment methods, right? Rather than modern ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we have one more from the last rows? Any takers? No? Can you give me one? Just one?
Can I go through that?
Yeah, sure. Take your time. Yeah, you guys can go in front, read something, and form a පස්සට වෙලා ඉන්න එපා. ඉස්සරහට යන්න.
So here there's one behavioral insight where user prefers physical shopping because she
Okay.
likes going out, and
Okay.
that may be her only chance of going out in the week.
Yeah.
So maybe we could add a feature where she
it-
could do the order through the app, but she could also go and pick it up by herself.
Okay, cool. So she will have a particular time dedicated to herself to go through that
Yeah.
journey, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, one more thing. So let's go back to our original problem statement. So users prefer to have their product in their native language, right? So what can we do to solve that problem? So they don't feel comfortable using any other language. Maybe English is not their best language. මොකද්ද කරන්න පුළුවන්? ඒ language එක simple solution. Choose the language, right? Give option to choose the language. So payment option na introduce the cash on delivery option, right? So so those are few examples where we can solve the problem statement on the issue by providing a solution. Okay, so we don't have much time. Shall we go back to our seats? Everyone is seated, right? So thank you and good job, guys, on the affiliative mapping. Give yourselves a clap. Okay, nicely done. Okay. Okay. So next we have usability testing. So what is usability testing and why do we need it? So conducting usability testing even with a few users will uncover a majority of the issues. So why do we conduct usability testing in a product solution scenario, or whether we haven't done anything yet, whether we are only done with the user interviews? So we are going to do usability testing to find out what are the major issues that we have created ourselves, basically. So anyone saw a problem with what we did? Any answers? අපි මෙතන කරපු එක ගැන මොන හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් දැකපු කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද? Can we have some mics? So there was something missing from here. Anyone can comment or answer? කාටද තියෙන answer? මෙතන එක්කෙනෙක් එක දෙයක් missing තිබ්බා. මොකක්ද? Missing තිබ්බ දෙය.
Well, I'm not sure how correct this answer is, but the problem statement said that the users are not comfortable using the current application.
Okay.
Right? But none of us, the interviewers, know the user has actually any idea what this current application is.
Okay.
So we can do a proper sort of set of interview questions based on that, because if we knew what the current application was, we could have tailored the questions to be a bit more specific to that application rather than having generic questions.
Yeah, that is also correct. But there is a problem that relates to that particular question. So even if you form a question that is very related to the solution and very relevant to the user who is not present there. කවුද නැත්තේ එතන? අපි affinity mapping එක කරද්දි කවුද හිටියේ? මම හිටියා. තව කවුද හිටියේ? ඔයගොල්ලෝ හිටියා නේ? නැත්තේ කවුද? කවුද? User නෑ. User නෑ. So who's going to correct us? Our assumptions. අපි හිතපු දේවල්. Yeah, as designers we can empathize with the user. We can understand the problem. We can write it down also, right? So who to say we are 100% correct on our assumptions? කියන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑනේ user දෙන්නම් කියන්නේ නෑ නෑ ඕක වැරදි. මම හිතුවේ ඔහොම නෙමෙයි. කියන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑනේ, right? So what we need to do is to test our assumptions whether they are correct or not. So we have usability testing for that, right? Okay? So we need usability testing to see whether our assumptions are correct or not. Okay. In usability testing, a facilitator guides participants through tasks, observing behaviors and gathering valuable feedback. So what we are going to do is we are going to go back to the user, right? And we have obviously mapped out the solutions, maybe in a wireframe level, maybe in a user journey level, maybe in a verbal sense also. We don't need to have a particular end goal or end solution for this. So what we are going to do is we are going to test our solutions, right? මොකද කරන්නේ? user කාට කියලා පෙන්නලා අහනවා අයියේ මේක හොඳයිද කියලා. නේ? එතකොට මොකද්ද කියන්නේ? මං ඔහොම නෙමෙයි හිතුවේ, right? So we are going to get valuable feedback on our assumptions, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a video, right? No, sorry. One more thing. So why do a usability testing? As I mentioned earlier, one does not simply release without usability testing. So basically, you cannot go live with your product or solution without doing a usability testing. Otherwise, you are gonna screw up big time. Okay? Use එක දෙයක් කියලා අපි තව දෙයක් හිතාගෙන product එකක් හදලා market එකට දැම්නම මිනිස්සු බැනගෙන යනවා පොලිමේ මේ මොන මගුලක්ද හදලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා, right? So we do usability testing to identify usability gaps. Maybe our assumptions were wrong. Maybe we didn't do the user interviews correctly. And maybe we didn't ask the most important questions. So we missed something, right? ඒක අපිට කොහොමද අහුවෙන්නේ? Usability testing එකේදී. Then validate design decisions. So maybe අපි මොකක් හරි decision එකක් ගන්නවා රෝස පාටයි කොළ පාටයි දාන්න. user අරන් ගියාම මම ආසයින්ද තමයි රෝස පාටයි කොළ පාටයි දාන්නේ. user පේනවද? නෑ. They cannot read it, right? No legibility, no visibility. ඒගොල්ලන්ට use කරන්න බෑ. ප්‍රශ්නයක්. So our design decisions are wrong, right? So maybe we made a decision to put a particular thing up top and move something down. But for the user, the thing that we move down might be the most important part. So our decision might be wrong. Then save time, resources by reducing rework and development. Company එකට ගිහලා product එකක් හදලා market එකට දාලා user මැන්නම් මොකද්ද කරන්නේ? Product manager ලා ඔක්කොම අරන් ඇවිල්ලා මේක හරියන්නේ නැහැ මොකද්ද කියන්නේ? ආයෙ මුලින් ඉඳන් කරන්න කියනවානේ. මාස ගාණක් කරපු project එක ආපහු මුලින් ඉඳන් බිඳුවේ ඉඳන් කරන්න වෙනවා. මොකද user කැමති නැහැ. So what we can do is it is equal to මොනවද? Time, money, effort, everything. Company's brand name, reputation, everything, right? So we need to make sure that we don't screw up when we go to public or the market, and when we are facing the public with our product, we need to save time and resources. So I'm going to play a little video, okay? Usability testing, that's it.
If you have a product, for example an online bookstore, you probably want to find out whether people can use it. You know, the better it works for your users, the more revenue it generates for you. To do this, you need to observe people as they use your product. And this is exactly what usability testing is about. It helps you to find out what they love, where they struggle, and what to do to improve things. To do this, the first thing we need is a product that can be tested. In our example, we've used a website, but we also test mobile phones, games, and anything with an interface. Many companies leave testing to the end when the product is close to launch. This is useful in its own way, but we also recommend involving users in earlier stages of the project. Even a short test with a crude paper prototype can help you make the right decisions at the start. We also need to understand your business, your product, and what you want to find out. Once we know this, we can start testing. For the testing, we recruit exactly those people that are potential users of your product. In this example, it's people who buy books. At the beginning of a session, we try to make the participant feel as comfortable as possible so they're ready to give us good feedback. Then we ask them to use your product. Please try to buy the book called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. As the participant uses the product, we ask questions and encourage them to think out loud and share their thoughts and ideas with us. We record everything that happens to analyze later, all the obstacles, as well as what surprises or delights. Now that we've done all our user testing, it's time to analyze the results. Once we have a good idea of what is going wrong and why, the next step is to come up with solutions. This is where we use our genius and experience to help you redesign your product to better suit your users' needs.
Okay. So, anyone understood what was on the video? No? India? Okay. So basically, in a usability testing, what we are going to do is, we are going to put a particular goal in mind for the user, and we'll just let them go through the journey or the way that we expect for the user to go through a particular application to achieve that journey, and we'll see what are the challenges, obstacles that the user faces, right? And we'll note that down, we record them, and later on we'll find solutions to answer those particular obstacles. So in a usability testing, there are 3 core elements, right? So the facilitator. The facilitator guides the participant through the test process. So basically that is you, or maybe someone who you pay to do the usability testing. It can be an agency, it can be done by yourself. ලොකු ජොබ් එකකට ගියොත් ඉන්ටර්න් ටික කරගන්න පුළුවන්. හරිනේ? එතකොට then there is a list of tasks, right? So there are realistic activities that the participant might actually prefer in real life. So basically අපි මෙතන map out කරපියමු. Payment options, maybe language selections නේ. මොනවා හරි product එක search කරන එකක්, maybe filters, categorizations, anything. අපේ task එක අපි list down කරන්න ඕනේ. And there will be a participant, a realistic one, right? අපි වයස මනුස්සයෙක්ට හදලා නංගිට පෙන්නලා හරියන්නේ නැහනේ නේ අපේ age group එක age 50 to 60 නම් so we have to show our product to a user in that particular user group, right? So this is the usability testing flow of information. So මෙතන facilitator ඉන්නවා basically ඔයගොල්ලෝ, then the participant, then the tasks. පළවෙනි එක තමයි facilitator do the interviews, right? කොල කැලලක් දෙනවා මෙන්න මේ ටික කරන්න. ගිහිල්ලා මේ බඩු ඕඩර් කරලා pay කරලා ගෙදර address එක දාලා ගෙදරට ගෙන්න ගන්න. right? ගිහිල්ලා language එක English වලින් සිංහල වලට මාරු කරන්න. right? You give simple tasks. Then what you do is you observe. So I have seen this many times when you conduct a usability testing. What the facilitator doesn't understand that they need to focus their eyesight or they have to be looking onto the user's screen. ගොඩක් කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා user කරන්න දීලා අහක බලාගෙන ඉන්නවා user මොකක් හරි කියනකම්. So that should not be the case. You should observe users every interaction, what are the obstacles, so where they maybe face obstacles or challenges to figure out something. ඒ හැමදේම user ගෙන් ඇහුවත් නැතත් you should observe always, right? Then you should get feedback from the user, right? All this comes down under the tasks. So you have to, as the facilitator, administer the tasks one by one. You don't complicate things. You just give the task one by one and explain them what they have to do. and guide them through the tasks. And user in return perform those tasks, and by doing that you get all the feedback that you need, and you can observe the user as well. So basically there are 3 types of usability testing, like different flavored ice creams, right? So there are moderated physical sessions. Moderated physical sessions are where you as the moderator, you engage with the user and moderate the session in a particular way, the way you want to handle it. And this is done physically, right? Then there is moderated online sessions. Corona කාලේ එහෙම අපි කරේ Teams meeting එකට Zoom එකකට ගිහිල්ලා user ට කියනවා මෙහෙම කරපන් කියලා. Right? Then there are unmoderated online sessions where you utilize a particular online platform or a solution to conduct your user testing. So there won't be any moderation involved in this scenario. You just do the user testing or the prototyping in that particular platform, and you just let the users go wild. And afterward, you just collect the information, what are the obstacles, what are the things that they have faced. So these are the main types of usability testing. So most preferably you would want to do a moderated physical session rather than a moderated online or a unmoderated one. So because it's more engaging and you can get more insights and information from the user when you do a physical session, right? Then, so how are you going to conduct a user testing in particular? So first you need to set a goal, right? So what are you trying to achieve with this user testing? So these are a few examples. So basically you are trying to get an answer to a particular problem. So the first one is, does the interface support a sequence of tasks that is realistic to the user? So maybe a car booking app, right? Cab service. So I want to book a car or a 3-wheel from go to point A to point B. So that as a user I want to do that. So අනිත් පැත්තේ මම ඩිසයිනර් කෙනෙක් විදිහටම මම හිතන්න ඕනේ, is this a good solution to achieve that task, right? Second one, so there might be a problem where we see a particular problem that we don't know the answer to. For example, why 44% of the users dropping out in during a checkout journey, right? Users ලා 100ක් එනවා, ඇතුලේ බඩු ටික search කරනවා, cart එකට දානවා, එනකොට check out කරන්නේ නැහැ. බඩු ටික ගන්නකොට cart එක මග අතහැරලා යනවා, right? Maybe you are trying to launch a product and it is really soon to launch the product and you don't know whether this is ready to launch or not. If there is bugs, maybe user experience gaps, you don't know. So set a goal. Then find and recruit participants, right? So user testing doesn't have to be hundreds and hundreds of users. You can just start with 5 or 10 participants, right? Then actual users from target audiences. App එකක් හදලා කොළඹ මිනිස්සුන්ට අනුරාධපුර ගිහලා ටෙස්ට් කරලා හරියන්නේ නැහනේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි අනුරාධපුරේ මිනිස්සුන්ට මොකක් හරි සොලියුෂන් එකක් හදලා කොළඹ කුරුණුවත්ත ගිහලා ටෙස්ට් කරලා හරියන්නේත් නැහැ. So you have to get users from the actual user group, right? Then try to cover the widest possible range of users with different demographics with the target segment. So example, let's say අපි target segment එකක් හදනවා, we are going to develop an application for people aged between 25 to 35, right? So we can collect all the users from a particular area. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට අපිට මොරටු විතරක් ඇවිදලා ඔය age group එකේ users හදන්න ගන්න පුළුවන්. So also what we can do is we can collect same 10 people from all around the country, right? One from Colombo, maybe 2 from Colombo, 1 from Gampaha, maybe 1 from Galle, 1 from Kandy, then 1 from Anuradhapura, 1 from Jaffna, right? So our target segmentation is only aged 25 to 35, right? That's the only limitation. So you don't limit yourself to a particular demographic that doesn't answer your segmentation, right? Then they develop a screener and a plan an incentive. Then මිනිස්සු incentive එකක් නැතුව ඕන දෙයක් කරනවද? නෑනේ. මොකුත් හම්බෙන්නේ නැත්නම් කරන්නේ නෑනේ. ඔයගොල්ලෝ කන්න දුන්න නැත්නම් මෙතෙන් දෙන්නෙත් නෑනේ. එනවද? So you have to have incentive, right? So if someone going to participate in your user testing, they have to have incentive. මොකද මිනිස්සුන්ට ඕනේ නෑ තමුන්ගේ කාලේ ශ්‍රමයේ ධනෙ වැය කරගෙන කොහෙවත් ඇවිල්ලා බොරුවට product test කරලා answers ටිකක් දීලා යන්න, right? So they need something valuable for their time. Maybe money, maybe food, maybe both, right? Our user testing and කරද්දී අනිවාර්යෙන් we give an incentive, right? Okay, next, we need to create test tasks and scenarios. So basically, අපි අර කලින් කියපු කතාවම තමයි. So we need to create scenarios where we test out specific journey. So let's say our first example, language selection. So what you have to do is, you have to, let's say we are gonna give a realistic task for a user. So you are coming to application and the default language is English, but you are a native Tamil speaker. So what you have to do is you have to go to the application, you have to change your language when you are onboarding, and then use the application seamlessly, right? So there might be few things that you need to map out or list out before you go into the user testing. So identify key tasks to be tested. So that is one of the tasks that we have listed. Then create a user testing protocol with the test scenarios and test tasks. So basically what you have to do is you have to set a guideline, a particular set of guidelines that you are going to test the particular user group with, right? උදාහරණයක් විදිහට අපි හිතමු we have a screen, in a particular screen where you have to select the country, you have to select the language, and maybe you have to select your ethnicity, right? All in the same screen. So are we going to test out all the scenarios and map out all the scenarios in that particular user testing? No, right? So අපි user testing එක හදන language selection එකට we just limit ourselves to that. And we also make sure our users stick to that particular scenario as well. So we don't deviate from our original plan. Then create a prototype to support the relevant task. So basically, when we do user interfaces and user designs, we don't have a particular set of prototypes maybe not ready yet. So, but it would be really helpful if we have a particular prototype in hand. So prototype in here, it means a single screen prototypes or maybe interactive prototypes, both, right? So it can be a prototype as in the sense of paper prototyping, maybe mid-fidelity prototyping in a digital sense, or maybe high-fidelity ones and interactive prototypes. But it would be really preferred if you guys stick to paper prototyping before going into much more higher resolution ones, because you will definitely need to change your solutions, the user interfaces and everything. So you need to stick to a very low effort, very simplistic prototyping solution in the early stages of your solution, right? And have a success criteria for each task. So basically, අපි මොකක් හරි measure එකක් කරන්න යනවා නම්, whether this is a successful journey, whether this is a successful solution, you need to have a criteria to check that as a successful testing, right? So එතකොට උදාහරණයක් විදිහට language selection එක user යනවා, they have successfully changed their language and maybe the objective is to land on the dashboard, right? So that is the success criteria. So they have to land on the dashboard with the Tamil as their main language. So that would be the success criteria for our tasks. So I'll just go through a sample scenario and a task. So this is a sample scenario. The first one, you made a purchase camera on the website a week ago and want to check the status of your order. So that is the scenario. So what you need to know is what? You have to track the status, whether the order is still processing, whether it is in transit, maybe it's near your delivery station, right? So track the status. And also you need to know the delivery date of your product. So that would be the task that the user need to achieve. They need to know a particular information about your order. Then, while exploring the website, you have a question about a return policy, right? So whether the good might be damaged, or maybe it's not the promised product, so you need to return your product. So you need to find and initiate a live chat with an agent or a customer support person to get your questions answered. So the objective is for the user to find the location where they can initiate a live chat. Then once you are done with the task, you need to prepare the environment. So basically you have to conduct it somewhere, right? මේ වගේ තැනක හරි කාමරයකට ගිහිල්ලා හරි එලිමහන්තනකර you have to conduct it. So, first of all, the environment should be very relaxing. ඔයාගේ user testing එකට යන user බය වෙලා stress වෙලා මොනවා හරි obligation එකක් යට ඉන්නවා කියලා ඒගොල්ලන්ට තේරෙන්න බෑ. They have to be very relaxed, they have to be very safe in order to give proper honest answers about your solution, right? Then set up necessary technical devices, test devices, internet service, recording devices. Test එක set up කරලා Wi-Fi එක connect වෙන්නේ නැති වුණාම පැය භාගයක් දඟලන්න බෑනේ Wi-Fi එක connect වෙන්න. So you need to test out everything, devices, Wi-Fi. So you need to sort out everything before you start your user testing. Then have the necessary document printed. So basically, එන්න කලින් guiding, ඊට පස්සේ the rules that they should follow, or maybe give a brief to them on the task that they should do, things like that. And also, if it's a remote moderated user testing, ensure participants is familiar with software, right? So we have done user testing online where the participant could not even open their camera or maybe share their screen. So we need to make sure before you do the user testing, the user is very familiar with the application that they are going to use. And so, for example, this is a industrial level user testing facility. So, අර ෆිල්ම් වල තියනාගේ එහා පැත්තේ පොලිසිය එක්ක යනවා, එහා පැත්තේ හොරා ඉන්නවා. ඒ වගේ two-way mirror එකක් දාපු screen එකක්. එහා පැත්තේ is a moderator and also the research participants. And මේ පැත්තේ one-way mirror එකක් and more observers, right? මේක තැනට කවුරු ගිහින් තියෙනවද? නෑ නේ. If anyone get a chance to go to an advertising agency, most of the advertising agencies have a room of this kind, right? Two-way mirror with 2 rooms, just to reference. And then once you have done everything else, you need to moderate the test. So the first one is, looks like we might have technical issue. Okay, first thing is you need to put the participant at ease and provide an intro. So you need to tell the user, this is what we are going to do today. So these will be the expectations from you, and I will be doing this, and you need to do this, right? And you need to make sure that they are at ease. You need to tell them there are no right or wrong answers. Use the preferred language or the language that they are comfortable with. Anything to put the participant at ease. Then obtain informed consent, because this is really important, because you are going to record things, right? Maybe in a written form, maybe in an audio, maybe in a video. තේරුණාද? කිසිම වෙලාවක information record කරද්දී don't record it without the user's consent. If you are going to record, let them know you are going to record the session, maybe in a video form or in an audio form. ඊට user ගේ consent එක ගන්න ඕනේ. user බෑ මම කැමති නැහැ මගේ එක වීඩියෝ කරන්න දෙන්න. මම කැමති නැහැ මගේ audio එක record කරන්න දෙන්න. කිව්වොත් we don't do it, right? Then train the user to think out loud. So most probably the user will never have faced a user testing scenario or a session. So එතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ most of the users will not say negative things or what they are thinking in their mind out loud. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන්ට unfamiliar situation එකක්, ඒගොල්ලෝ අඳුරන්නේ නැති කෙනෙක්, කවුරුත් rude වෙන්න කැමති නැහැ තමුන්ගේ ජීවිතේ පළවෙනි පාර හම්බෙච්ච මිනිස්සෙක්ට. එනකොට what we need is honest answers, right? So එතකොට අපි හැමතිස්සෙම මේ user ensure කරන්න ඕනේ you have to think out loud. හැම කරන action එකක්ම ඔයා හිතන හැම action එකක්ම කටින් කියන්න. ඔයා මොනවා හරි වැරදි දෙයක් දකිනවා නම් කියන්න. Right? So you have to make sure there are no right or wrong answers, because users are not gonna give you negative feedback on your first user testing. තේරුණානේ? ඕගොල්ලෝ කොච්චර application තිබ්බත් ඕගොල්ලෝගේ අතේ ඕගොල්ලෝ කොච්චර ඒවා පාවිච්චි කරද්දි බැන්නත් actual user testing එකට ගියාම මේ product එකේ අයිතිකාරය හරි ඒ product එක අයිති competitor එකට ගියාම most of you will not tell the honest answers. Maybe you will dial it down a bit, right? not the exact answers. ඔයාලා නිකන් ඉද්දි බලන මේ මොන මගුලේ app එකක්ද load වෙන්නෙත් නැහැ ඕන වෙලාවට. ඒනට ඇත්තටම හම්බුනොත් කියන්නේ නැහැ නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට. නැත්තම් කියන app එක නම් පොඩ්ඩක් සවුත්තුයි. එහෙමනේ. Right? But as product owners or designers, what we need is honest answers, right? Maybe it will hurt us, but we need the honest answers. And go through user testing protocol tasks. So basically, as I said earlier, you need to have a protocol or a set of guidelines to do the user testing. So every single time when you do a user testing, you need to go through those rules. Basically, you don't lead the user with questions, you don't ask very ambiguous ones, stuff like that. And also observe the behavior. So maybe you can observe a ton of more insights and get more ton of insight from the user without asking questions and just by looking at them, right? So observe their behavior, how they struggle, how they are happy, or how they find a particular thing very fascinating. So stuff like that, observe the user, how they interact with the application, and be neutral. Don't, let's say, ඔයාගේ app එකක් හදලා කාට හරි දුන්නාට පස්සේ user කිව්වොත් එහම අනේ මේක නම් හරි හොඳයි ඒකම hina වෙන්න එහෙම එපා. කතා කිව්වට පස්සේ අඬන්නත් එපා, තරහ ගන්නත් එපා. So you have to be neutral in your emotions, so you don't have to show any emotion whether the feedback is positive or negative. And debrief and administer satisfaction survey, right? අන්තිමට ඒ user testing එක කරාට පස්සේ you need to do a satisfaction survey whether you have done the user testing properly. So if there are anything that you should improve on the user testing, අන්තිමට user ගේ feedback අහනවා මම හරියට කරාද, right? So these are few do's of asking questions in a user testing. The first one is open-ended questions. Tell me about your experience navigating through the home page. What caught your attention at first, right? So these kind of questions we call open-ended ones. We don't guide the user to a particular answer. We just ask the open-ended question where they can answer very openly about anything, right? අපි මුකුත් එක දෙයක් ස්පෙસિෆික් දෙයක් ගැන නෙමෙයි අහන්නේ. මුළු ඇප්ලිකේෂන් එකේ හෝම් පේජ් එක ගැනම තමයි අහන්නේ. ඕන දෙයක් කියන්නේ, right? Then encourage thinking out loud. As I said earlier, as you browse through the product pages, please share your thoughts out loud about what you are seeing and how you might proceed. ඔයා මොකක්ද ඊළඟට කරන්නේ in action එක. මේ ස්ක්‍රීන් එක දැක්කම මොකක්ද ඔයාට හිතෙන්නේ? මේකේ මොනවා වෙනවද කියලාද ඔයාට හිතෙන්නේ? ඒ වගේ දේවල් you need to make sure that they are thinking out loud, right? Then ask about expectations. So basically before you begin, you can share what you expect to find in the search results for this product. For example, මොනවා හරි category එකක් තියෙනවා hot deals, right? So you have to click on that. ඒක උඩ click කරන කලින් user එකෙන් අහනවා මේක උඩ click කරොත් ඔයා මොකද්ද අපෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ? මේක ඇතුලේ මොනවද තියෙයි කියලාද, right? Keyword එකක් දාලා මොකක් හරි search කරනවා, you expect them or ask them what you are expecting before going to this search and putting in this keyword. So what are the results that you might expect කියන එක. Then clarification with follow up. උදාහරණයක් විදිහට අපි කියන observe කරන්න කියලා. So once you observe something, you will see a particular state of hesitation, maybe a struggle, maybe a satisfaction, maybe a little smile. So you ask, I noticed you hesitated during that task. Can you share what caused the hesitation or confusion? So you ask them to clarify what made them confused or maybe get stuck on a particular screen or a particular task. Next, very important, don't of asking a question. First one, leading questions. You don't lead the user to anything. So, for example, did you find the home page appealing? So basically, it primes the user to give a positive answer. මේ වගේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඇහුවම ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට user හරිම අඩුවෙන් කියන්නේ නෑ මම ඒක appealing විදිහට දැක්කේ නෑ. Right? So most probably they will answer it was okay. නැත්නම් it was nice කියන එක. Right? So you should ask, how did you find the home page visual design or visual appealness? Right? More of neutral question. So you don't prime them with a positive question or a negative one. Then, overloading with questions. එකපාර ප්‍රශ්න 7-8ක් විතර අහනවද? එක උඩ එකට stack කරලා. No, right? Now tell me how you feel about the menu, search bar, and the features product and the footer. No, you just go one by one. You just go tell me the feelings about the menu, right? After they answer that one, you move on to search bar, then features product, and then the footer, and justifying the design decisions. මේක අපි හැමෝම කරන එකක් user designersලා විදිහට නැත්තම් අඩුම තරමේ user feedback එකක් දුන්නාට පස්සේ අපිට කරන්න හිතෙන එකක්. So in our mind we make a decision based on our own insights and our design expertise and say, okay, I'm gonna do this way. And when we do the user testing, they will give us a negative feedback and we feel the obligation to justify our decisions to the user. So we don't need to do that. For example, we place the checkout button at the top for visibility. How do you feel about that choice? So basically this can be before answering a question or maybe after answering a question. So you don't need to justify because there are no right or wrong answers. So you just let the users provide you with their vision of what should be a good solution. If they provide you with a bad response or maybe a negative response, you don't justify your solution, right? User කිව්වොත් එහෙම මේක නම් හරි කැතයි කිව්වම අපි කියන්නේ නෑ නෑ මෙහෙමයි මේ අපේ අම්මා තමයි මේ පාට දාන්න කිව්වේ අම්මගේ ෆේවරිට්ම කලර් එක මේක ඒකෙන් තමයි මම දැම්මේ. We don't justify, right? අපි යාළගේ ආන්සර් එක බාර අරගෙන අපි සද්ද නැතුව ඉන්නවා because it's their perspective. Maybe all of the users might perceive our solution in that particular way. We might be the only one who perceives our solution as the good one, right? Or the best one. And using technical jargon. How did you find the experience with the CTA in the hero section? මෙතන තියෙන වචන ටික දන්නවද කවුරුහරි? CTA දන්නේ නැති අය නතර උස්සන්න බලන්න නිකන්. ඔක්කොම දන්නවද? මං අහන්න කාගෙන් හරි CTA කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා. බැරි වෙන්නේ නැහනේ. Everyone knows guys what CTA is. What is hero section? මට නිකන් හිතෙනවා දන්නේ නැති කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා කියලා. Okay, so that is the problem. There might be people who are not familiar with these particular wordings, right? Even designers වත් මාත් සමහර ඒවා දන්නේ නැහැ. කට්ටිය කිව්වා මම තාම මොකද්ද මචං ඒ කිව්වේ කියලා අහනවා. So you have to write the copy or the questions, rephrase them in layman terms, right? හැමෝටම තේරෙන විදිහට අහන්න ඕනේ ප්‍රශ්න. මේ බටන් එක දැක්කම මොකද්ද හිතෙන්නේ, right? තේරුණා නේද? Then, once you done all that, you need to note down the findings. අපි ඉස්සලා කරා වගේ ඔක්කොම කරාට පස්සේ you need to note this down because there will be ton of information and විනාඩි 5ක් යද්දී ඔක්කොම ටික අමතක වෙනවා. So කියවන හැමදේම ලියා ගන්න ඕනේ නැත්නම් විනාඩි 5ක් යද්දී කරන ටික අමතක වෙනවා. First one is note down your observations, what you saw, heard without any interpretation. Basically, it means what this means is ඔයාලා ගන්න observations කිසිම දෙයක් ඒ වෙලාවේදී ඔයගොල්ලෝ justify කරන්න යන change කරන්න යන කිසිම දෙයක් ගන්න නැහැ. You just take them in their face value, right? User මේ කිව්වේ මේ හින්දා මේ විදිහට හිතුවේ මේ හින්දා කියලා අපි කිසිම දෙයකින් justify කරන්නේ නැහැ. Then observations can be analyzed and grouped later. So basically a step එක එන්නේ පස්සේ. අපි user interview එක කරාට පස්සේ ඔක්කොම data ටික අපි අරන් ගිහිල්ලා collect කරන වෙලාවට. Then can be recorded using spreadsheets or through sticky notes, right? Spreadsheet එක වෙන්න පුළුවන් specific particular task එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ task එකේ expected behavior එක තියෙනවා. Then what we observe, what the users comments were. So basically spreadsheets or maybe sticky notes. අපි ඒ particular task එකේ නම ලියනවා. ඒ දෙකේ observe කරපු දේ සහ user comments ටික note down කරනවා. And as an addition, as I said earlier, record videos or audios if the consent has been provided from the user. And then once you find out everything, what is wrong with your solution, what needs to be improved, you have a limited set of resources and limited set of time, right? සමහර වෙලාවට හෙට උදේට දෙන්න ඕන release එකට පැය 5යි තියෙන්නේ. So what you have to do is you have to prioritize. So objective is to find what's working and what's not, and then mainly to find many problems as possible. පුළුවන් තරම් අඩුම කාලයකින් වැඩිම problems ගන්නක් හදා ගන්න එක. Then prioritize the findings, to groups of high, medium, low impact. So based on impact, you are going to categorize. You can have as many as categorizations you want. So basically, you need to have to 3. Then you focus on the high priority ones, most critical ones, then move on to medium ones and then into low ones, right? Then findings can be positive or negative. It doesn't matter. So there might be few things that you have done properly. There might be few things that you have done very incorrectly. So it doesn't matter. You just need to find it. So we have a pop quiz. So what are the 3 types of usability testing? Any takers? Gift account, we have an answer.
So moderated physical testing.
Yeah, correct.
Moderated online testing and
yes.
unmoderated online testing.
Unmoderated ones, yeah, correct. Okay, so do you guys want to do a quiz? One last quiz. If you guys want to do the quiz, we're going to do the quiz. Just raise of hands. It will take like 15 or 10 minutes. It's a 10 quiz. කැමති අය අතුස්සන්නකෝ මම එහෙම කියන්නම්කෝ ක්විස් එක එපා කියලා යන්න ඕන කට අතුස්සන්නකෝ කවුරුත් අතුස්ස නැත්නම් මම කරන්නම් ක්විස් එක So shall we do the quiz? Okay? Just 10 questions, okay? Can you guys just quickly join this quiz? Go to Menti, කලින් කරා වගේ ටුක් ගාලා QR එක ස්කෑන් කරා. So you have 15 people. Hurry up, guys. ඉක්මනට කරපන්. විනාඩි 42ක් වැඩියෙන් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන්නේ. We'll set a goal. 2 වෙද්දි ඉවර කරනවා. ඊට කලින් ඉවර කරමු නේ. 1:55ට. හැමෝම join වුණාද? We have 25 people. කවුරු join වෙන්න තේිනවද? Shall we start then? Okay. Okay, here we go. Why is UX research essential in design process? You have 15 seconds to answer. Let's go. Okay, to guide successful design with insight. Really good. 31 people got that right. Next one. What is the main purpose of competitor analysis in UX research? To copy competitor directly, to ignore market trends, to gain insights into existing products and services, to increase competition. Okay, 3 people got that wrong. Everyone else got that right, but good. Question number 3. What is the difference between qualitative and quantitative research methods? Okay, most of you got it right. Next one. Okay, we have a leaderboard. Who's at top? Oh, rap. Who's rap? Never mind. Let's move on. We are here one call here. Okay, 4th question. What does secondary user research involve? Okay, most of you got that right. Let's move on. Question number 5. How many participants are typically recommended for usability testing? 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 50 plus, or no participant at all? කවුරු කම්පියුටර් එහෙම ගහන්නේ නැහැ. අපරාධ දවසේ පැය 4. Okay, really good. Moving on. Question number 6. What is the first step in conducting user interviews? Everyone has voted. Okay, really good. Moving on. Let's see the leaderboard. Who is at top? Okay, Ram is at top. Question number 7. Anyone can take the first place, huh? Now chance තියෙනවා. Tag ගන්න. What does thinking out loud mean in the context of usability testing? Number 8. In usability testing, what does a facilitator primarily do? ඔයාලා මොනවද කරන්නේ user testing එක conduct කරන කෙනෙක් විදියට? Okay, guide the participants through the session and gather feedback. Okay, so I have been just informed top 3 scoreboard holders will get gifts, okay? පළවෙනි 3 දෙනාටම හම්බ වෙනවා. ඒකෙන්ද අන්තිම questions දෙක ටග් ගාලා answer කරන්න 1 2 3 ගන්න පුළුවන්, right? Question number 9. When choosing between qualitative and quantitative methods, what should we consider? The number of questions, the popularity of the method, okay, available resources, objectives and stage of design. Last question, anyone's games now? Be quick. In usability testing, what is the purpose of creating test tasks and scenarios? To gather valuable feedback from key tasks. Okay. Let's see the leaderboard. Okay. First one is Rav. Who's Rav? Hi. Rav and and the second place goes to Anonymous. Who's Anonymous? Third place goes. Is there? Sorry guys, my bad. Sorry. Second place goes to Jiggles. Who's Jiggles? Ah, nice. And Anonymous. Who's Anonymous? Ah, nice. Okay. We have our 3 winners. Okay, so that concludes our session. So basically, I hope you guys learned a lot from this session and keep improving your skills and travel the journey as a UX detective in the adventure of UX research. So hope this session has been very useful to you guys, and I hope you guys had a great time. So thank you all for dividing your attention to our session and like participating in this session, even though we took more than 1 hour as promised. So can you guys quickly come to the stage so we can take a picture before ending the session?
So, ladies and gentlemen, a heartfelt thank you to our esteemed speakers for their insightful contribution in today's session. And also, thank you everyone of your participation. And I want to talk about, we have the session 3, Design Talk, Usability and Accessibility Unleashed, tomorrow from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Design Auditorium. So guys, we all invite you all to come to the session 3, Design Talk, tomorrow. And thank you so much for joining with us. And I hope you had a great day and also enjoy the next session. Yeah, and guys, please come to the stage to take a photo. Yeah, let's come to the stage. So guys, we have food trucks there at the entrance of the design court. So you can go there and have any food you like. So enjoy the foods.